Okay, I'm back with the live stream. Um, let's monitor here what the BTC will do. predicted it exactly right. Exactly.
Hi, this is Leslie. Hope you're well. In this video, we're going to take a look at the chart of Bitcoin and ask ourselves, now that the bear market has been confirmed, what kind of a bear market is it likely to be? Is it likely to be, for example, a short-term one, a medium-term one, or indeed a long-term one? Let's talk about that. Join me. Alright guys, welcome back. Now, you may recall in the previous videos this month, I mentioned that if Bitcoin was to break this key support level at 40K, essentially to break below the September and January lows, the September lows here and the January lows, I said if we break this level at 40K, then essentially a bear market would be confirmed. As a matter of fact, a bear market was confirmed the early hours of Friday last week. Now let me just say this before we continue. About a couple of weeks ago, I said that even though there is a risk that Bitcoin could break the support level at 40K, nonetheless, I actually thought it was not going to happen. 2 weeks ago, I did not expect the market to break down and enter a bear market. So I was wrong about that. And the reason, quite simply, is because of this. I mentioned this to you in a previous video as well. I think it was last week's video. You see, the sentiment in the last couple of weeks has been so fearful. In fact, this month we've seen such a lot of fear and pessimism on Bitcoin that I thought this was a contrarian indicator. However, this changed last week. As you may recall, in my video last week on Thursday, when Bitcoin was here just before the breakdown, I said that there is actually an exception to this rule. You see, it doesn't always have to be the case when you get a lot of pessimism and bearishness that you have to get a reversal or a bottom. There is an exception to this rule, as I mentioned in the previous video, and that's at the beginning or in the middle of a bear market. So the point is this, the point is we had so much pessimism in the past few weeks, and yet Bitcoin refused to establish a reversal or any kind of bottoming pattern. And that was a warning to us. It was a warning to us at the time that something else was happening. That was a sign of weakness, that the environment is changing from bullish to potentially bearish. Now before we continue and talk about what kind of a bear market this could be, let me first of all say this. Some of you are probably saying to yourself, well, how can we know objectively that we are in a bear market? What kind of criteria do we use to know that we are in a potential bear market? Because I know there are some of you watching this video right now who believe that a bear market will not be confirmed unless and until Bitcoin falls below these levels of support. Now, let me just say that's wrong. That is incorrect. Here's why a bear market was confirmed last week when it broke that support. Let me show you this. There are 3 criteria we use to identify a bear market. Let's go through them one by one. First of all, criteria number 1. Price breaks market structure and support on at least 2 higher time frames. For example, the daily and the weekly time frames. Have we done this? Yes. Let's take a look. This is the daily chart. Notice on the daily chart, we have definitely broken market structure here. We broke below the support lows of September, and you could argue the January lows here as well on the daily time frame and on the weekly time frame here as well. So on the weekly time frame, you can see price broke below that supporting structure here, as we can see at the September lows. So 2 time frames have confirmed break of market structure. That's criteria number 1. Let's go to criteria number 2, which is rallies or bounces to resistance fail and get rejected. That's a very important clue, by the way. Let's go on the chart. This is the daily chart of Bitcoin here. So did we see any bounces or rallies get rejected? Absolutely. As you can see here, this rally or bounce, you can see here, this little bounce and rally failed. It dropped lower, and this bounce you can see here also failed, and it got rejected and fell down below support. So yes, we have had at least 2 attempts here at establishing some kind of reversal, some kind of a bounce, but both these bounces failed to establish an uptrend or get anything going. Now let's go to the 3rd criteria. This is quite important. Now the 3rd criteria I've already discussed in the previous video, but I want to mention it here again because it's quite important. Extremes in pessimistic sentiment fail to produce a bottom or a bullish reversal in price. Now you already know this because I've already mentioned this, but that is absolutely the case. As I've already mentioned, here it is. All that pessimistic sentiment that we had here failed to produce anything, any kind of reversal or a bullish uptrend. So there you go, guys. We can now tick every single one of these criteria and say they've all been confirmed. And actually, you can apply these 3 criteria to any chart you like, any market. Alright guys, let's go to the final point I want to make in this video. Now that a bear market's been confirmed on Bitcoin, what kind of a bear market could this be? So let's have a look at this. There are 3 types of bear market. Now, the reason why some of you probably don't like this term, bear market, when I use it about Bitcoin, is probably because you think that what I mean by a bear market is a long-term one, which means something like this. So some people think that a bear market has to be a long-term one, lasting many years. That is not the case. A bear market could also be medium term, lasting perhaps several months. It could also be short term. So a bear market doesn't have to last a long time. It could also be quite brief, lasting a few weeks or a couple of months, for example. Now, which one of these do I think that this particular bear market on Bitcoin, the one we're seeing here, is likely to be? Well, let me just say outright that I do not think that we're in a long-term bear market. So this particular one you're seeing here, so let me just say quite plainly that this is not my higher probability expectation. I do not expect at the moment a long-term bear market on Bitcoin. Let me just say that eventually will happen. So I do think eventually, perhaps in the next 12 to 18 months, we could start a long-term bear market in Bitcoin. However, that is not my expectation at the moment for Bitcoin. So I'm not expecting a long-term multi-year bear market right now, or indeed this year. So what about the second one? Well, the second one about a medium-term bear market, I think that's also less likely. So while it's not impossible, I do not expect that either. So a medium-term bear market would be something like 2018. Now, again, I do not expect that kind of a bear market at the moment. That kind of bear market would be lasting several months. For example, 6 to 12 months, like the one we had a few years ago. Again, I do not expect this one either. So that also I'm ruling out as well. So for the moment, I'm ruling out as less likely. And indeed, this one I think is improbable at the moment for this year anyway. So these, in my view, are less likely. So that means my higher probability expectation is this one you're seeing here, a short-term bear market lasting a few weeks or a couple of months. So that is, I think, what we're dealing with right now. I think this particular bear market we're seeing here on Bitcoin is going to be short-term, not a long-term one and not a medium-term one, but more likely to be what we're seeing here, the first option that we're seeing here, short-term bear market lasting perhaps a few weeks or a couple of months. It may actually be sooner than a couple of months. Now, my reasoning for this is based on two things. Number one, Elliott wave theory. So based on the Elliott wave counts we have on Bitcoin, you can have a look at the members video. In the members video, I've discussed the Elliott wave counts on Bitcoin in quite a lot of detail. So based on Elliott waves and some of the other charts I'm looking at right now, I think this one is highly unlikely. But for me, this one at the moment is the more likely scenario. And I think we could see capitulation on Bitcoin perhaps soon. I do think that's likely to happen. Alright guys, I hope this video has helped. Let me know your view as well in the comment section. What do you think? What kind of a bear market or potential downtrend do you think we're in? Is it long term, or is it medium term, or is it short term? Let me know your view in the comment section. Thanks so much indeed. Bye for now.
No, I won't tell you how to buy Bitcoin. Disturbing news about digital ID. Hi there, crypto fans. Dick Allgaier here in Honolulu. Well, here's where I spent my morning. I was not checking on Bitcoin and crypto prices. I was here at the ocean. It was beautiful. Today I swam about 1,400 meters. I meditated. I really did not look at any news and certainly not any crypto prices. Day 3, I'm completely cut off from the crypto markets. I just have to let it go. So, how are things going? Don't answer. I can intuitively feel that something's not real good, but I'm trying to ignore it, so I'm not looking seriously. Don't necessarily believe me. I don't know anything. I could be wrong, but I don't think Bitcoin is going to skyrocket anytime soon. While I'm ignoring cryptos, I want to talk about digital ID. This is serious. For over 4 years now, we've been telling you that digital ID is coming. They're going to nudge you into it step by step. And I'm going to reference a couple of articles, and I'll put the links below. The first one is this. IRS will require taxpayers to sign up with ID.me to access their online accounts. So you will need a digital ID, not your social security number, a digital ID to interact with the IRS. What is ID.me? Well, let's look at an article from Bloomberg. How did ID.me get between you and your digital identity? Military veteran Blake Hall's cybersecurity company has become the government's digital gatekeeper. Its unproven estimate, $400 billion in pandemic unemployment fraud, is also very good for business. Well, here's a photo of Blake Hall. Could they have created a more sinister looking photo? You see, the IRS says starting the middle of this year, your existing online account with the irs.gov website will no longer work. The IRS says the change is necessary to protect taxpayers from potential identity theft. This is a case of problem, reaction, solution. Another problem, according to Hall, is fraud. Oh, he claims $400 billion was lost to fraud in pandemic relief. So, the solution, according to ID.me and the IRS, is to require a digital identity. I want to be very clear, the IRS says digital identity is not required to file or pay your taxes, not this year. But if you want to access your online account, and last year that happened 60 million times, you will need a new digital ID. You have to provide an email address, a phone number, identity documents, and you have to provide a photo of your face. You also have to agree to the use of your biometric data, including handprints, face scans, facial geometry, and retina scans. Welcome to 2022, everybody. The implementation of digital identity privatized by the government, controlled by this man. I'm going to have more on this in future reports and on crypto viewing on our private site. Meanwhile, it's difficult not to see any crypto news. I don't want to see the price of Bitcoin, and nobody tell me until Bitcoin holds above 60,000, which I don't think is going to happen. I say maybe somebody might call me in March. It's difficult to not see crypto news. A Yahoo website came up on my computer today while I was researching this digital identity, and down in the bottom I saw the Shiba Inu logo, and I didn't read the headline, so I didn't see it. So I know there's news about Shiba Inu today. Is it good or bad? I'm a remote viewer. Probably good news, but I don't think it signals and I'm just making this up with my intuition. I don't think it signals a rebound in cryptos yet. But there was something to do with Shiba Inu. You know what it is and I don't. You can talk about it in the comments. I'm not going to read the comments. So day 3, no news. We haven't gone to war with Russia yet, have we? I think I won't be able to avoid that one. That one will break through everything. But crypto prices, nah. I don't want to know. I'm taking some time off from that. So I'm going to be doing reports, and I'll be like pondering, like, oh, I wonder what Bitcoin's doing, and you'll know, but I won't. So that'll be fun. Enjoy.
Hi, I'm Max Kaiser. Welcome to the.
Hello everyone, I hope you guys are having a wonderful day, making some really good trades, and yep, let's just get into it. We can see that today we made some pretty decent trades on the Dow Jones, but we'll get into that in just a bit. We're gonna take a look at Bitcoin first, see what's going on there. And today, wow, we overall we had a very big wick on the daily time frame. We went as far as 33,000 or 32,900. Basically wicked all the way down here, and then we had a reversal back to the upside up to 37,400. Right, so looking pretty good. If you guys made some trades today, I know a lot of people in the Discord today made some fantastic trades, longing Bitcoin and now re-entering some shorts. But definitely be careful, guys. You know, the RSI looks like we've bottomed out for the time being, but we'll see. Let's take a look at the DBSI. Right now, the DBSI printed a green dot on the daily time frame with a 20 on the bottom right here, so looking pretty bullish at the moment. But once again, the money flow is still in the red, so I would, if you enter some longs here, sure, but don't plan on holding them for too long. Definitely exit them. You know, once we get to maybe 42,000 or maybe even 39,000, if we get to those levels there, it's not a bad idea to start taking some profits. And I believe it starts to come into some resistance around that area as well. Yeah, so 39,600, you're gonna start to see some resistance there, and basically 40,000 as well. But let's see if we can even get back to there. And today, you know, we saw the Dow Jones. Let's take a look at the Dow Jones. Big wick. Oh my God, such a big wick on the Dow Jones today. Same thing for the S&P 500, even bigger wick there. And we did make a trade on the stock market today on the index. We entered in at 33,400 or 33,400 down here, just down here, and then we were in a bit of a loss. You know, almost 20% loss for, you know, as we dipped down. But now we are in profit about over 50%. So let's take a look here. Let's just measure from basically down at 40,000. We're up about 50, not 50%, 40%, just a little bit over 40%, maybe 45%. Overall, really good trade today. If we do start to climb back up, then definitely pay attention to maybe 35,750. That's where I'm probably going to exit my long. And if we do even get to those levels, that's going to be an amazing trade. That's probably going to be 120% trade, or maybe depending on if we do make 7%, then it's going to be 140% trade. But let's just aim for maybe 100% return on this trade. But I'll keep you guys in the loop. I post my trades in the Discord. If you guys haven't already, you guys can definitely join the Discord. Only $5 a month. And let's take a look at Ethereum. Big recovery today, I think, as well. Yeah, we had a wick down all the way down to 2168. Now we're still holding this level of support for the time being. But definitely, I don't think that if we stay at these levels for too long, like we did here, we're gonna start to form some things like some sort of bear flags, as we can see right here. We'll take a look on the 4-hour time frame. You can see right here, Ethereum forming some very beautiful bear flags. And right now, the way that the market's looking, I don't think that we might stay at these all-time highs for too long. I think the market is due for a substantial correction. as we can see, we've had a massive rally on the SP 500. Sorry, just drawing some trend lines there, but we've had a massive rally. We're up over. Let's take a look on the Dow Jones today. Today we're up 84%. We're up 90. We are at all-time highs. We're basically up 100% from the March lows. Now that the Fed is starting to take away the punch bowl of stimulus, and now they're saying that they're going to start rate hikes, people are starting to panic. Things are selling off. We could see Netflix down over 20%, or sorry, 23% last week, and today down another 2.6%. Look how big this gap down was for Netflix. They're down over 57% from their all-time highs, or 44%. They were down 50%. I believe it was another stock that was down 57%, maybe Shopify. So many of these growth stocks are down so much, and you're starting to see the big, 56%. You're starting to see the rotation out of growth and momentum stocks back into value stocks, and that's also why I think gold and scarce assets are going to start to rise as well. We can see that Newmont, out of this giant sea of red today, besides crypto, we see that Newmont mining also climbing up 0.63% today, so showing some resilience there, so doing quite well. But once again, if the stock market starts to tank and starts to go down, I believe that Bitcoin and speculative assets are going to start to go down as well. This doesn't mean I'm not long-term bullish on Bitcoin. We can take a look at the hash ribbons. Bitcoin looking still bullish, even though the hash ribbons are still expanded and the price is dropping. This could be the great accumulation phase for you guys, 36,300. But if the market does start to go down, then we are going to go down to even lower levels than anybody thought that we would never go back to. So definitely pay attention to that. $20,000 is potentially my target if we go back, to these levels because of the market correcting. But anyways, I see a lot of people making jokes about about McDonald's McDonald's M pattern for Bitcoin, which is quite funny because some people are saying this is the M pattern for people that hold Bitcoin. They're gonna go work at McDonald's, and that's why it's an M pattern like that. The memes are getting quite funny, but keep it up, guys, in the Discord. Very posting funny jokes and posting funny trades.
Not at McDonald's. Still working.
Hello.
So this spider line may be a good target, like 41k, 40.8 inverse head and shoulders.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jean-Claude the Beyond Mystic, and welcome to this Monday night deep woo-woo episode of Tarot Readings by Janine. Janine is, in fact, out of jail, and you can find her here at Sending Ravens on YouTube, and also at Tarot by Janine. Janine, welcome back to the show. How's it going?
Hi, Jean-Claude. It's going good. I just got enough steam to get through the show.
Well, let's start with that. Janine, you were woken up this morning by Universe around 4 a.m. and you just couldn't sleep. What the hell happened this morning?
I
for
could
you?
not sleep, and but 4:30, and then I tried going back to sleep, but my phone kept pinging because by then I turned it on for a minute, so then it just kept pinging. People were emailing and texting me the information about the truckers because everybody knows I'm really into those truckers. I think they're awesome.
Mhm.
And I think they're going to save the planet. Truckers are going to save the planet. I love it.
Who would
That's
have known?
that's a
Exactly.
book. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a book. Anyway, I found out they were going through town at about 6:37 a.m. or supposedly that they were. So I went rushing down there to where they were. It was about 25 minutes away from where I am, and I couldn't get near them. I circled and circled and tried really hard, but I couldn't get close enough, unfortunately, to really get a good look at what was going on there. But fascinating how many people showed up. I was thrilled at the turnout and how
Yeah.
many truckers. That line of trucks is miles long,
Mhm.
miles.
Well, that can't be, Janine. That has to be propaganda because I was reading CBC News this morning, and they were reporting on a few hundred truckers, maybe not more, but they said that they were protesting the dangerous conditions on BC highways. I'm like, wait,
Oh
what?
my goodness. Yeah, not true. No, they're
They actually
absolutely.
made a retraction to this afterwards. It was like, oh, they are, but that was a separate issue. We weren't trying
Yeah.
to cover up the fact that there's 36 or maybe now 100,000 trucks in the combo. Oh my God, it's so hilarious. These
And
guys
they
are.
keep saying they're just from British Columbia. They
Yeah,
keep saying that. They're from all over Canada and the US.
yeah.
Okay, and they're
Exactly.
coming from both sides of the country and from the US. And they're all headed for Ottawa. Look out.
Yeah. And the thing is that regular people are joining the convoy too. It's not
Yeah,
just trucks now. It's like this is going to be massive. And
yeah,
it's funny because this morning I saw a report of this. I didn't actually see it from the Canadian government, but I saw reports on some social media that Mr. T here in Canada had designated the truckers a terrorist organization. So I was
yeah,
like, oh yeah, just like they did to the nurses in Quebec and just like they did to the soccer moms during the political campaign and the tour bus of Mr. T here during the election. Of course, they're all terrorists. And I
yeah,
start to wonder at some point, people will say, well, wait a second. So basically, if you're not a tyrannical government leader, everybody else is a terrorist. Oh, okay. All right.
yeah. That's how it works. Yeah.
That's how it works. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us here tonight. This is a live interactive show. We have a lot on the slide deck. And yes, Nikki, yeah, 70 kilometers long of a convoy. That's a lot of trucks coming to Ottawa. Cliff High was posting earlier today, well, what is Mr. T here in Canada going to do? Is he going to send the troops? Is he going to put blockades with military tanks? What's he going to do? Let's pull some cards here and see how
Yeah,
our
that's
Mr.
how
T is going to fare dealing with this particular thing that they cannot, of course, ignore.
now the cards are going to pick up on what he's thinking about doing right now, just so you know. It could
Okay.
change.
Yeah.
So we'll just have a look.
Okay.
Two. Well, he has no idea what he's going to do. He has no idea. It looks like he's depending on other people. He's at a complete loss, but we know that he's a double, or at least I know he's a double. So that the double's not really on his toes here on this one. He has no clue. Two
Mm.
twos. He's just tossing around all kinds of things. Well, he could do this and he could do that. He has no idea what he's going to do. And he's kind of just hoping it all goes away.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. That's interesting. Hey, folks, I wanted to share with you a video. Let me see if I can find that link. For some reason, it just came off my page. Let me scroll down. There's a lot here going on tonight, guys. Let me see here. Hold on. Wow. Yeah, there's a lot. I'm almost there. It has to do with David Icke's recent video. Oh, here I have it on London Real. This is absolutely fascinating because, of course, the more things are coming out into the open and the more human consciousness is rising to the fact that we've been duped, the more this gentleman and people like him are being vindicated, and in a big, big way. That was fascinating to me. So, guys, if you haven't seen this episode, please do go check it out. You'll find it on, everybody's re-uploading it, and we have permission to re-upload it here on BitChute and Rumble. So go check it out. But what was interesting there is he's been vocal in the past about not liking Mr. T in the States. And that's fair enough. Everybody has their own reasons for why they do and do not. But what was interesting, I believe maybe Mr. Ike was watching our last show because we talked about the fact that, yeah, you can disagree and you can like him or hate him. But at the end of the day, if we play it through and we say, yes, yes, yes, he's absolutely the knight on the white horse coming to save the day, the fact is, he's not going to save the day if he's coming back tomorrow. We've been devolving and sending out our manufacturing processes to China and around other places around the world to make us so dependent in the situation we're in now, where we have all of these shortages and we're depending on everybody else for our goods and services. That doesn't get fixed tomorrow because Mr. T comes back. Yes, people would argue in the chat that yes, okay, we'll have better leadership than the pretendency we have now. And speaking of that, Mr. B today was calling a reporter who was asking questions about inflation, one stupid son of a bitch. We'll get to that a little bit later on in the show here. But my point is, with this whole conversation, we need to self-actualize. We need to be responsible. And I think what's really cool about this interview with David Icke was he's saying, listen, everybody's asking, well, what's everybody going to do to fix this? And they're forgetting, what am I going to do to stop this process from happening right now? We're talking about the world situation and where the cult wants to bring humanity. And the answer to that for him is, of course, we need to stop acquiescing. That's the problem. If all of us stop acquiescing and taking charge and taking our power back, this thing would be over already. And I see a lot of people in the chat room right now, when is this movie going to be over? When you stop acquiescing, really. And when you teach other people to stop acquiescing. Janine, your thoughts on that first.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it took me till really the last, maybe since Christmas, to stop wearing a mask myself in places that are really stringent about it. But
Mm-hmm.
finally, I just went, I got to start listening to my own advice and
Mm-hmm.
just see what happens. And you know what's
Yeah.
really, and I'd have these big speeches already, and I've never actually used them except once, maybe, or twice, maybe twice. But
Mm-hmm.
that's it. In all of those times, I just waltz in, even big department stores that most people would be. Oh, I went into the Bay the other day and nobody even said a word. In fact, sometimes they treat you even nicer because you're brave enough or something. It's very interesting. So we're all responsible. We all have to stop
Yeah.
saying yes to things that make no sense and are
Mm-hmm.
not good for us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And what's interesting about what you just said there too, in the mainstream media, they make it a point that, oh, when somebody gets arrested in a specific store for not wearing a mask, they'll run that 24/7 to scare the rest of us. But the majority of cases, I believe, is what Janine is just talking about now. People eventually, like, they've had their fill of this. And of course, now, if you look at the news, this thing is over. So there's still some countries out here, including ours in Canada, who haven't gotten the memo yet. But if you look at what's happening in the UK, you're realizing that this is crumbling really, really fast, and countries are adding up to that. And just now, before we went live, the one of the states' Supreme Court voted that the New York mask mandate is unconstitutional. So this is breaking up really, really fast, guys. But again, the more we accelerate our non-acquiescence or not complying, tactics, the quicker this is going to end. So, not advocating for violence, of course. Jenny and I never do that, but we're just saying no. Take back your power, because those fuckers out there, the only power they have is the power we give them. So if we take it back, game over. And this is what the truckers are doing. So a big kudos to all of the truckers, because they're not just pushing for a reprieve of the mandates on the trucking association. They're saying they're not leaving Ottawa until it's all over. So Mr. T here has a conundrum in front of him, and it'll be interesting to see what type of moves come from that. Darlene says, "You got that right, JC." And Janine, of course, you got that right. We got it right. Okay. And guys, if you agree with us, stop acquiescing. Just type it into the chat right now. Show YouTube what we think. Now, on that note, to going back to the conversation that David Icke was espousing in this video, I had a similar conversation with Penny Kelly last week, and it was a controversial conversation. I don't agree with everything Penny says, but at the same time, I do respect the things that she's trying to do for humanity. She does work to raise consciousness, and she does amazing work. And I believe that at the end of the day, she wants the same thing. And she espouses those views on the show, where she says we need to come together and decide what we want for ourselves, and we need to take actions and not look for these external saviors. And there was a lot of difficulty in the chat last week, and I want to mention that. And a few of my moderators pointed out to me that some of my moderators were deleting comments of people who didn't agree with the guest on my show. And that's inappropriate, guys. I just have to tell you, I would never delete people who disagree with either myself or my guests on the show. What I will delete is very mean and vicious personal attacks. Yes, absolutely that. But for people who don't agree, that's okay. Leave the chat. This is why we're having these conversations. Some of them are more difficult, of course, and some of them are triggering to some people, of course. But having this conversation and building this community is what my show is all about, bringing diverse opinions to the chat so that we can all learn and absorb and use our discernment. So please, moderators out there, I gave wrenches to you guys, but please follow me in that example of leaving everyone's opinion safe and intact on my show. And do, yes, please continue to delete the vicious and personal attacks. Those are absolutely not appropriate, and I won't stand for those on my show. So a big thank you to all your moderators for the amazing work that you guys do. Janine, any last thoughts on that, on censorship and
It does seem to be
diversity of
the
opinion?
theme. The theme towards the end of this crescendo thing that's been happening. And I'm not saying it's going to be the end, because then
Mhm.
there'll be the fixing part. But the end of sort of the movie, I guess, in a way, it seems the theme is just tolerance, because everybody's at their wits' end and they're intolerant, even each truthers towards each other and each other's opinions. Intolerance. Like, you don't have to watch everybody if somebody doesn't like really make you feel inspired, or really you learn something from them, then stop watching them. But you don't have to leave a nasty comment, or to rip them apart or whatever, right?
Mhm.
That I just don't watch them, and that's okay, because
Yeah.
maybe they're going to be right, or they have some piece that's right, and
Mhm.
but this other thing isn't, or
Mhm.
whatever. But we're all going to soon find out. So how about we just observe and just go with what kind of resonates with you.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, have compassion for everybody else who's out here trying to figure that out and trying to to share that with the audience. And that's not easy work, guys. I know, and Jenny knows. We're out here every day doing it, and we don't always get it right. We're trying to get it right. Our
Yeah.
intentions are in the right place.
Yeah.
And again, just compassion for everybody, guys. We're almost there, and I don't want to see the infighting in my community. That's not what my show is all about.
Yeah.
So a big thank you for everyone for letting me rant a little bit on that one. Okay, Janine, let's go back to our news board here. This is absolutely interesting because you and I recorded the last Beyond Crypto Woo here a couple of days ago. That's available now on pay-per-view. I'll get back to that in a second. And today we recorded the Astro Woo Finance. So the merging of the Astro and Tarot financial outlook for 2022, the month of February. And what came up here in Mr. B's astrological chart is that something was going to be taken away from him, especially as it pertains to his finances. Not just necessarily the handle on power, but something with his finances. And as Julie was talking about that, I saw this scroll by on Zero Hedge. Mr. B's family received $31 million from individuals with direct ties to the CCP. Imagine that. So is this an indication in the news, Janine, or a preemptive shot across the bow here to tell Mr. B that he's about to be maybe parted with some of his legitimate gains.
I think that might have happened a long time ago.
And
I
we're
think,
about to hear about it then.
yeah, this already happened to him. He's already sad about his finances. I think it already happened to him. Yeah, that feels like his son next to him here. This feels like him because I pulled the first card for him, and that's him.
Mm.
So we got this person's a little bit depressed.
Hmm.
And, so if he's still with us on the earth plane,
Hmm.
unless this is his soul self essence that's
Right.
like maybe looking back at its life and feeling like maybe they have to do a few things different. That's another way I could read that. But if he's still with us, he's really depressed, and I think that already happened to him. And this feels like his son. I wonder if something's trickling down to the family members where they're going to be the ones taking the hit for. So it's in his chart that that's happening, but it could just be family money being taken away from
That
you know,
makes sense too. And if you
the
look at
four.
what's happening, if you look at what's happening to some of the elites in Kazakhstan, the families are not being saved also. So the houses are being burned, people are being rounded up. Of course, they're not reporting that in mainstream news right now, but this is also going to be making its way here to our global consciousness very soon. Let's go to our PayPal tip jar. Thank you so much, everyone, for supporting the show. Angela, this is a cool question. Thank you both for all you do. There is a male voice that speaks through my phone when I'm talking. Huh. Can you tell me who he is and what message he's trying to bring?
Well, there was that end part there. What was
Oh,
that end part? She had an
right.
end part.
All we can hear is hello and the word truth. Ah, okay. Thank you so very
Male
much.
voice speaks through my phone when I'm talking. Interesting. So over her talking, a male voice comes on.
This is what I'm getting. As she's having, Angela, conversations with other people, she hears this male voice coming in saying the word hello and the word truth that they can hear, but she wants to know what's the overall message that's being trying to convey and who perhaps that person is. That's a fascinating question.
Well, it does look like she is getting a message from an entity that might be a little bit stuck because they've been very dysfunctional. And but they're trying to get a hold of her, and maybe they're using the phone to do it. Or like some entities drop things around the house or move things or whatever. This entity is using the phone, and they had a life of dysfunction. I wonder who used to own her house. I wonder, and I even connected the dysfunction to things that we've been talking about on the show, like party substance and yucky
Mm.
things like that. Okay, so they've been involved in things like that, and they're trying to get a hold of somebody to maybe tell their truth or the truth about the situation. That, I mean, the word they're saying kind of is a big indicator. I think they're saying the word truth. So the truth is coming out. I think they lived their whole life in the dysfunction and somehow got away with it this lifetime, like a lot of people did. Like they lived their whole life doing things like that and pretended to be a nice person. I mean, think about all the Hollywood people that did that.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
and are doing that, or well, I don't think they're doing it anymore. To be honest, I think there's a whole that Hollywood's taken down in the background. I really believe that. But this person got away with it, left the Earth plane. Now they're energetically sorting themselves out, and they're using the phone to put the word out somehow. She's picking up on it.
Wow. Okay. That's fascinating. Another fascinating question here from the PayPal tip jar from Susan. Susan, let me see if I can bring this up on the screen for everyone. And this is a recurring theme here because of everything that's happening in our medical industry and the breakdown of that particular system. I'm currently an energy healer. I have been told I was a healer in other lives, including Arcturus. I'm interested about that. Is this really true? Thank you so much for your work. For Susan. Arcturus connections to healing and Past lives.
They got family connections to that place. So is that a place?
Yeah, Arcturus star system.
Yeah,
Off-world.
they
Yeah.
got family connections and they get communicated to through that. And if they use their, so this guy's, if you look at him, he's channeling energy, right? So he's got his
Mm-hmm.
wand pointing up. So
Mm-hmm.
he's channeling it from the universal knowing, and then it comes out the other hand. So it
Mm-hmm.
goes through one hand and out the other. I
Mm-hmm.
sometimes stand on my, if I have a balcony, or right now I just sort of have a stoop in front of my house. So I sometimes like to channel energy from the universe when I really need an answer. I'll go outside, do that exact stance, and I can feel energy coming through, and it's very powerful. Or if I want to shift a situation, of
Mm-hmm.
course the neighbors think I'm weird, but I feel like that energy that this person's connected to from other lifetimes and even has family connections to, so some bloodline there, is channeling through them and could really help them work on their healing practice and really rock their career if they wanted to. So if they owned that and started investigating that, just be open to it. When I started channeling, like in a bigger way, I remember opening my heart. I did a ritual outside, and I opened my heart to what the universe wanted to use me for this lifetime. What's
Mm-hmm.
my purpose? What's my work? But I asked the universe to make it my life work. So they might want to do a little, like go out and have a little connection like that and just open up to it. I dedicated myself to it, but to whatever degree they want to open up, because they have the ability to channel that some kind of energy that'll really speed up their career if they want.
I've been guided to ask you because of the breakdown and everything, and because maybe of the connection to Arcturus. Um, is this person also going to be teaching that in the new world? So not only participating, being a healer themselves, but teaching these new modalities here on Earth.
Maybe in a really subtle way. So that's either they're kind of the shyer type, so literally teaching isn't, but this feels like a more subtle way of teaching. The high priestess is really subtle.
Mm-hmm.
So, and this works on it over time. So maybe one-on-ones, they might take on apprentices, but they're not necessarily standing up in front of a class. That wouldn't be the style of the high priestess.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe in a fashion they would, or maybe even like writing a book about it, or doing something where it's more detached, so they can do
Mm-hmm.
their work and then put it out there for people, but they don't have to stand out in front of them. Not everybody has that kind of uh,
Okay.
like desire to do that, first of
Mm-hmm.
all.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Well, thank you so much for that PayPal tip. You guys are amazing. Let me bring that link again up on the screen. A big thank you to all you supporters. It is, of course, what makes it possible.
Let's play some game.
possible for Jenny and I to be doing all of these free shows on YouTube. And of course, we do split the tips every night, just so you know. I forget, I don't say that every show, but yes, Jenny and I do split these, and they do make a difference to both of us. Absolutely. So
Yep.
big thank you to all of you guys. I don't know if you guys remember this, but there's this show when I was a kid, this movie, Red Dawn with Patrick Swayze. Do you remember seeing that show, Janine? That movie?
I remember the title, but I can't remember if I saw it. It doesn't look
Okay.
like something I would have sought out.
Okay, so this was interesting because these were Americans, civilians who had to fight an invasion, and in this particular movie, it was an invasion by the Soviet Union
Mm.
on American ground. And so this was a story of boys coming to age, coming to be men, and having to fight to defend their country on their ground. Now, the reason I bring this up, what was interesting today, Cliff, I posted this interesting tweet on his Twitter, and he's talking about this naval observatory here, where there's some serious military activity, quote unquote, happening, and it appears to have something to do with perhaps infiltration or sabotage agents trying to bring America down so that the CCP, not the Soviets, could come and maybe take over. Now, we understand that through the political system, through the financial system, the CCP has engineered something that's going around the planet right now. We won't get into that. But they're also engineering the purchase of a lot of our farmland. They're dealing with, of course, a massive population over there, the knowledge that we're not heading into global warming, we're actually going in the opposite direction. And so perhaps there would be an intention to also invade, not just weaken us through the situation that's happening now, but actually have boots on the ground. So apparently here, there's some military activity happening there, and it's in the same neck of the woods as the movie Red Dawn. So it made me think of that when I saw this. So let's pull some cards here to see if, in fact, seeing as the maybe the narrative is breaking down itself, they might want to accelerate their plans to put boots on the ground to continue what was ultimately maybe a land grab in order to be able to produce more food during this solar minimum. Is that what's happening?
Okay, so the whole story's suspicious when this is the first card about it.
Okay.
Because this can be trickery and it's badly aspected with this card.
Okay.
So I wonder if they're putting something out there that's already been stepped back. So they might have stopped it, it was happening. And they're still allowing the story to float. So it looks like it's still happening.
Okay.
But the fact that the Three of Swords, and then this is in the past, so they might have already put put the stop to that. But it could have been something that was developing and was going to hurt and was meant to. They were meant to do that, but now the story is just that, a story, because somehow they're wanting to get that story out just so you know who you're dealing with, maybe.
So basically, us learning that we were on the brink. So these
Yeah.
news stories are coming out to show you how bad it could have been here. Okay. Interesting.
Because
Keep
that
going.
card's safe, we're safe, there's safety, but they're looking out at the world. Maybe they're
Mm-hmm.
trying to get our attention over there to look at what was happening. And this is the way they're doing it, but at the same time secured that area.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay. That's fascinating. Let's go to Mr. B here. Today, in a hot mic moment, some reporter was asking him, of course, about inflation, seeing as most Americans are worried about inflation. It is the big concern of the day, even though the mainstream media is telling us that there's no inflation or it's just transitory, or in fact that it's going to be good for us. Right? Nobody seems to believe that when we're paying the prices we're paying for food and electricity right now. So it
Yeah.
is a question of concern. And so this reporter was being ushered out and was trying to get this last question in from Mr. Biden here. And at the end of the clip, let me see if I can bring this up for the audience here. See if we can get to hear.
What a stupid son of a bitch.
What a stupid son of a bitch, quote unquote. Okay, interesting. What's
Nasty.
go? That's nasty as hell. Like we don't care about you. Come on, don't ask stupid questions. Well, it's not a
Yeah.
stupid question. It's a very relevant question. So, what do you make of it? Is this a play somehow? Is it just a senile moment? Is he being scripted to say these things to maybe enrage the population again, to wake us up, part of us up? What's going on with this weird clip from today?
Well, I do want to point out the picture of him you showed from his earlier days with his son
Mm-hmm.
doesn't look anything like this guy.
Mm-hmm. That's
Just
true.
saying.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, they planted it. They planted that whole thing in it. Like he had to say that. He was
Mm-hmm.
given the words to say, and he just says them. So he was given the script.
Wow, man, you're right, man. He looks so different.
Yeah, look at his blue eyes there.
Yeah.
Doesn't have his eyes? Some of the times they're hazel brown,
Uh-huh.
sometimes they're blue. But yeah, so we got a couple of people playing him here.
And the ear structure also is often different. Like
Yeah,
it's a different earlobe. It
yeah,
doesn't match.
yeah.
It's pretty crazy. Yeah. Let me go into our insider access pass. What's all this? Am I in the right chat? Something's something's different here. Hold on. Did I log into the right thing? Are you guys there? Oh, there you go. Okay. XRP question from Big Tuna. So this is the insider access pass. There are riddles I have to follow the channel thing. Particularly. Oh my god, this is a long question, guy. Good or bad? Man, okay. I'm gonna have to tackle that in a different show. I understand the question, but it's gonna be too long to explain it for everyone. But having said that, you and I, Janine, did just record the last Beyond Crypto Woo. Now I know sometimes when you channel, you don't really remember everything you say in the show. Do you perhaps remember again what you were pulling for XRP in this last episode? If not, I'll fill in the blanks for you, and I'll ask you a
No,
question.
I
No.
don't.
Okay. So again, here, time and time and time again, XRP is moving out of troubled waters, and we're getting this huge abundance card. Now, what was interesting is I was asking Janine about some of the comments um, that Jim Willie had just made in my last Jim Willie episode about the role of XRP moving forward as we decentralize and move into this multipolar world of different currencies. And to that, the answer was yes, there was a big role to play there for XRP. Now, there's still a lot of people asking, well, where do I get XRP? It's unlisted from some accounts. Of course, there's a lawsuit going on with the SEC. And on that, too, when I asked Janine, it's always the same card, eventually pulling out of troubled waters. So hopefully, a Big Tuna, that answers your question. And for now, and for those of you who are looking for XRP, this is not financial advice. You can use a VPN to get it on in different places where they've relisted it, and you can also use something like Simple Swap to maybe swap one of your current currencies for XRP without having to deal with an exchange. So just a big update on that. And also, if you're interested in knowing which perhaps cryptocurrency is going to make a 200% or no, a 200x gain, please do go and check this one out. That was absolutely fabulous. Again, very surprising here how many things are about to change in the crypto world, including a gold and silver. And we'll get back to silver a little bit later on the show. So, guys, that's available now. Go and check that out at beyondmystic.net. And you're looking for the pay per view series of Beyond Crypto View. Beyond Crypto, woo, not view. Those are other people, not me. So big shout out. I guess Dick Algeier is remote viewing me right now, so I was thinking about him. Okay, this is a weird story in Quebec. Cubicles for Quebecers who made a different medical choice, quote unquote, inside the Quebec Walmart. So you kind of have to wait in a cubicle if you're on whatever, if you've made a different choice, in order to be eventually escorted to have your products here at the pharmacy. Holy shit, Janine! Like, this is getting crazier and crazier. My God, what's happening in
Okay, everybody should not ever shop there again. Okay,
Quebec?
for a lot of reasons, but that just added to the list.
Yeah. Well, and also Quebec is instituting this, I guess, new mandate of sorts where big box stores are going to refuse access to the unwilling here, especially if those big box stores' main product is not food. So they're starting to cramp down again here and restrict the movements and restrict the ability of the unwilling to participate in the economy. Very frustrating. Is this a psyop, Janine? Is this for real? Is this the onion? And like, or is this another weird kind of stores taking it up itself because they have their own little Nazis running around the show, or what's going on that one?
That's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. I feel like it is them just taking it, almost like brown nosing or something. Yeah, like they want to appear like, okay, so maybe they've done a little survey on their own and decided that most people will like them better if they do that. Because they only care about money. So they've decided that they're going to go that route. They just decided that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
they want to be liked. They want to appear a certain way. So
Mm-hmm.
they're just trying to find the place where they're. And so somebody gave them the advice. So that this is like maybe getting advice from an expert on it. That
Mm-hmm.
that's what they should do. But they're going to soon step it back, drop it like a hot potato, because it'll make them less popular, not more popular.
Mm-hmm. Um, okay, so there is something wrong with my Discord channel. For some reason, I just got a message here that everybody's posting or I'm in the wrong channel and I don't understand. Ah, Insider. There you go. Okay. I had to reboot here in the last show for some reason and I lost my access to the Discord. Now I'm in. Now I see all of your questions. Okay. Somebody had texted me that last one personally. I'm like, oh, how'd that get there? Okay. I'm there. So thank you, whoever that mod was, to bring my attention to that. There's a lot of screens going on here and it is, I've been working a lot today, a lot of shows. Okay, Janine, this one here is absolutely cool to me. This bus going around now.
I
Wow.
shared it. I shared that. Somebody gave it to me, and I was like, "Oh yeah,
Look at all those famous individuals there.
I
Absolutely
love it.
incredible. Isn't that a wake up call for people walking down the street? Like, wait,
It's
what?
brilliant, brilliant."
Brilliant. Okay, who's behind this one? Again, overzealous, maybe a bus company, maybe a sponsor, financial sponsor who decided to pay for an ad himself, or is this coordinated, perhaps by the White Hats? What's going on with that in our story?
Yeah,
Hmm.
there's all kinds of truth or crazy stuff in your face.
Yeah,
Okay, I
absolutely.
heard this story about, I guess Prince Harry. It's now come out. Of course, we knew this years ago that like baby Archie was a big story, and
Hmm.
now even the Queen's really mad at him because they fooled the royal family. Like the whole thing's a psyop. Stuff
Hmm.
like this is coming out. I think we're reaching the end of the movie, guys. So here's who's in charge. Mr. T in the White
Wait,
House.
let me bring you up a little bit higher. Okay, there you go. Go ahead.
That's my alliance, or Mr. T in the White Hats. Okay, they just thought it would be funny. They did it because they thought it would be funny. Okay,
I love it.
yeah,
I think
it
it's
is
funny.
funny.
Okay, Jersey, your show's coming out all blurry. No, Janine's connection, even today while we were recording the Astro Geek
Really?
show,
Oh shoot.
yeah, maybe you're gonna have to talk to your supplier to up your bandwidth a little bit
Okay.
on the upload side. I think you're downloading fine, but when you're sending out data in this live
Okay.
stream, I've noticed in the last month you get foggy a lot or you freeze on screen. So, folks, there's nothing I can change right now. It's a bandwidth issue. But yeah, we'll try to look into it. Somebody told me the other day, oh, Janine needs to clean her camera. It's smudgy. I was like, nope, it's not a physical problem. It's a bandwidth problem. I appreciate the comments. Everybody just wants to see you, Janine. You're just so cute. What's that cool kimono top you're wearing? What's that?
Yeah,
I
don't
love
you
the
love it?
color. Oh,
Look
that's
at the
beautiful.
inside.
Yeah,
Woohoo.
it's
It's
beautiful.
purple. It's like velvet.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, it's velvet. Oh yeah, crushed velvet.
Yeah,
Oh,
I love
yeah,
it.
very nice. Wow. Somebody on the screen says Charlie Ward and Simon Parks report that General Flynn is wearing a white hat. Janine, we'll come back to that at a certain point, but not tonight.
We will. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll tackle that.
Okay, we'll tackle that at some point. And guys, you need to trust us. There's divine timing in all of this too. So
Yeah.
there's articles and news items and stories going around that we're deliberately choosing not to address at this particular point, and we believe we're doing that for the highest good. Just so you know. So, all right. Let's get back to maybe some questions. Let me see if I can get a insider access pass one. Okay. This is interesting. It's a similar question we had last week, but Jill is asking, question, will Mr. B be the first one to be arrested to shock the world? Somebody asked that question about somebody else last week about Clinton, and it wasn't Clinton. So let's ask now about Mr. B.
Well, Mr. B's time's almost up. That part's true, but it doesn't look like he'll be the first.
Mm,
Uh, Also, this is indicating that he's been already, you know, rounded up, but we already know that. No, it's not going to be him.
okay.
Won't be the first anyway. That's not what I'm getting anyway.
Okay. That's interesting. There's a meme going on, and I figured, oh, we could talk about this meme. I think it would be funny and fair to talk about this particular meme. Let me bring up our PayPal tip jar again. A few people asking. All right, so let me bring that up on the screen here, and let's go with this funny meme. Actually, let me bring that off the screen so we have the more realistic here. But this is somebody created this amazing poster here, and it's Cliff High navigating humanity through the woo. And I thought it was absolutely funny because somebody sent it to Cliff. Of course, he didn't create this, and he tweeted and says, "Man, if I knew there were so many naked women involved, I probably would have started this journey a lot sooner in my life." I thought that was absolutely funny. So a big shout out to Cliff for all the amazing work he does. And guys, if you're looking for his last videos, go check him out on BitChute. /Cliff_high. Absolutely amazing stuff there. I just thought that was funny. But hey, let's pull some cards. This guy's been working hard. He's survived cancer. He's survived death actually 3 times now, and he's still here in the fight, very much in the fight for all of you watching the show and all of your children and the future of humanity. What does universe have to say to Mr. Cliff High? Anything he needs to know.
Yep, he's a fighter, all right. This guy always defends his own honor. Okay,
Hmm.
defends his. It's the valor card. So he knows he's learned that he's worthy, and he's defending his valor or his truth, even if it's unique and a different approach than others. He's defending it. We've
Hmm.
got this big ace, so he was given the voice on purpose and all his experiences to teach others. So he learns things and turns around and teaches from his learning. So
Hmm.
everything he went through, he can turn around and with total conviction teach others from his work. So I've
Hmm.
learned a lot about food, about um, like what does he talk about?
The protocols for COVID, how to repair your
Marinating
body. Yeah,
and like
yeah.
different kinds of food and ancient times, what gave you the most vitamin D and how
Ayurvedic medicine. Yeah.
so many things, just really practical things too. And it's been brilliant actually.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Hmm.
so he learns things, goes out there and experiences them, and then turns around and from his conviction and truth,
Hmm.
totally teaches them to others. He's meant to be actually really enjoying life right now. I know that'll be hard because he's got a lot of people around him suffering. So he's talked about that.
Yeah.
But the universe says if he could find a way to find joy, and I'm sure he does too, and I'm sure he would know how to do that, but to find joy and have a little fun along the way. And like that meme even is a little bit of fun anyway. Do you know what I mean? But because he's a lot of work here and he's been through so much and worked so hard and he's been working so hard, I feel like all the truthers are going to need a big holiday soon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. So a big hug to Mr. Cliff High,
yeah.
and of course, you just talked about valor and honor, and these are at the core of who he is as a martial artist and also as a master of self. And this is part of some of his teachings there. So if you're not aware of his work, please do go check him out on BitChute. And as you were talking about the Ayurvedic, the foods and how to repair your body, his pure sleep concoction here is almost to be back in stock very soon. He sent me an email the other day. They're going to Pure Sleep 2.0. They've ameliorated the formula still, and they were also trying to avoid some of the issues with sourcing some of the core products for this amazing product. So, anyways, this should be back in the shelves very, very soon here. So please do go check it out at Pure Sleep. com. You can find also the link directly to this through my website, and you're looking on the affiliate shop page. So big thank you to you, Janine, for those kind words to Cliff. And if you guys like Cliff in the chat, just show him some love, man. Just type it in right now. We love Cliff. I want to count at the end of the show how many of you typed in "We love Cliff." That's going to be very interesting to me. Okay, where am I from? Am I an off-worlder? That's Natty asking from the Insider Access Pass. Natty question: where am I from? Am I an off-worlder? The reason I bring that up again, Janine, you and I talked about Alex Collier in our last Beyond Crypto Woo. I hope he has the opportunity to watch it, and you and I would love to have him on the show, of course. So this is an open invitation to Alex, and we want to have more of these conversations with respect to learning who we are and how we're connected to our space brothers and sisters. And this is a conversation that is absolutely worth our while as we recreate here the world for us humans organically, as opposed to being directed by the bug for so long. So, Alex Collier, I will be emailing you very shortly to see if we could have a beginning of that conversation with Janine and myself. So, Janine, Natty, is he off-worlder or she off-worlder? Where am I from?
She's
What can you
definitely
report?
a traveler. So she's been all over the universe and galaxy as far as I'm concerned. A traveler. It was a bit of a shock for her to come here. She may have found she didn't fit in as between 0 and 4 years old. Might have got used to it at some point, but I feel like it was hard for her, this 3D world. She
Mm-hmm.
wasn't so into it. She's been all over the place, from what I can tell. All kinds of secrets in her unconscious, that things she knows. If
Mm-hmm.
she would quiet her mind and just agreed to knowing, sometimes I just ask myself to come up with the knowing, and you wouldn't believe the stuff that bubbles up. And I just accept it.
Yeah,
I go jot it down,
yeah.
and it's the weirdest stuff, and it's turned out to be very accurate.
Mm-hmm. Okay, very good.
He's
And yeah, and a lot of people are asking that question, their provenance. And a lot of this has been obfuscated from us. And going back to Alex Collier, this last webinar or this last video that you watched from him too, what can you share that you felt was important here from the words of Alex Collier, so that our audience can also maybe become aware of his work and his latest messages?
he really he describes his experiences when he was young,
Hmm.
and has such a vivid memories, it seems, and his connections never wavered, it seems, with his the connected ones that connect with him. So he's
Andromedans.
a
Yeah.
bridge that you otherwise it would be hard. And I know there's other people in the world, the truther world, but he's been doing this a lot longer than most people. He's like the
Mhm.
David Icke of the off-worlder
Absolutely.
information. And what I love is that he links it all to what's actually happening today in current events happening,
Hmm.
and
And
makes sense of it like that.
yeah, and he has such a beautiful message about self-empowerment too, and waking up and graduating from being children to adolescence. Adolescent? What's the word? Adolescent?
Adults,
Teenager to adults. Yeah, that's the
oh,
word I'm looking
teenagers,
for.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah. So he's really good with that.
yeah.
Folks, go check him out at alexcollier.org. On top of that, Janine, you and I, let me see here. I had a point to make on that. I just dropped it from my frequency field. What was it? Man, I'll have to come out a bit. I just drew a blank. Okay, sorry about that, folks. Like I said, it's my third show today. There's a lot going on. Okay, how much time do we have left? We're at 46. Oh my God. Okay, we have a little bit more time, so I'll try to take a few more questions. But before I do that, let's talk about this last Astro Woo that we've just recorded. What are the highlights here for the audience members who may not have started watching this series here, as to why perhaps it would be beneficial to them? You just talked about all the current events that are happening right now, and how much more is coming, and very, very quickly. So how does the Astro Woo, a personal zodiacs guide, can help them here for February 2022?
Well, it goes through every single sign, and I gotta say, I'm gonna toot Julie's horn. I mean, she blew me away. I am really good at just off the cuff reading charts.
Hmm.
I'm not so advanced. Obviously, she's a lot more advanced than me. I could read someone's birth chart the way she does, but I've never seen somebody read so fluently just from the chart, uh, like the transits and everything going on currently. And then she ties it all in with what's going on in the world. She brings some of that knowledge into it,
Hmm.
and just at the depth of information. And then everything I was getting half the time, because I got to be honest, I was quite tired today. I wasn't listening to all her info. I was just letting it flow out. Then
Yeah.
I would do a reading, and the reading would mirror her what she said, but I didn't technically like because I didn't hear every word she said. I wasn't trying to match my reading or anything, but
Right.
the reading, the tarot and the astrology, just the way they wove together and just gave a whole picture. I knew they worked together really well, but it's really
Hmm.
together.
Yeah, it's really cool. And folks, also, if you want to maximize the content here for you in these readings, it really helps if you already have your birth chart. And if you don't have one, please do go check out maisonjupiter.com. And here in the boutique section, you're looking for the personalized birth chart. So knowing both your ascending sign and your sun sign, or your rising sign and your sun sign here, will greatly impact here the ability for you to take in some of the information here. This is 2 hours, 2.5 hour show here. So there's a lot of information in that last show. And we talked about also security in crypto. Just very quickly, Joe and I put out this recent security update here for the crash course. There's a lot going on in terms of scammers. Janine and I keep mentioning to the audience to be wary of people impersonating both Janine and myself here in the chat, asking you for your keys and for your cryptos, and to invest through WhatsApp and all these different apps. Of course, that's not us, but there's more than that too. There's very, very sophisticated scams here that are looking to separate you from your new well-earned abundance. So if you haven't seen this episode, please do go check it out. That is also now available on the pay-per-view. Now, I just remembered what I want to say. When you said, "Hey, Alex Collier has been at this for a long time," and you said like David Icke, yes, absolutely. And I wanted to say, I was the first time I saw Alex Collier, it was on a VHS that somebody sent me. So it's like a VCR tape I actually had to watch. So this is a long time ago. Big credit, of course, to Alex for being around for so long. And man, he did get the ringer, so to speak, when he started talking about little people. That's when really um, the system started taking aim at him. And the fact that he's still out here, just like David Icke, now in his 70s, still doing the work and standing for what they believe in, is a testament to all of us here trying to follow in those amazing footsteps. Okay, Lotus 44 Silver. Janine, what's happening with Silver? You and I were tracking this last week. Let me just bring the screen up on the screen here. Silver broke the 200-day moving average last week. We were looking at some old WebBot data that suggested that perhaps we had started on these dollar a day moves to then move into $5 a day moves and then $20 a day moves until we got to unobtainium, or at least that $600 silver, and then unobtainium. What's going on this week here? There was a lot of pressure in the last couple of days. We have a little bit of a reprieve here today, a little bit of a buying opportunity. But where are we going here with silver?
So that's in the past. So it is worthy. So it's
Mhm.
already worth a lot. Okay, it's just been repressed. So they're
Mhm.
keeping you in the dark about how much it's worth. And it's worth a lot because it's scarcer than gold. And it's used for everything.
Mhm.
And in the future, even more so. Okay, so interesting. And here's the next thing that happens, it's going to get let off its leash in a big way.
Mhm.
It's going to go,
Wow. Yeah.
yeah.
And
And
last time you pulled cards on that too, you had the fast movement card. Which one is
yeah,
that? Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And I pulled one to clarify. So it'll kind of do a huge, yeah, this is like shocking. But these, that means shockingly fast, not
Mhm.
not like ditching. You know what I mean? Not
Mhm.
like
Right. Right.
crashing.
Right. Wow. Yeah. A lot of people are going to be surprised by all the moves.
Yeah.
Okay. So, guys, if you're looking at getting some physical silver in your own possession, please do go check out johnmystic.net/silver. The links are in the description box below and also pinned to the top of the comments. If you're in Canada now, our Canadian affiliate program is now running with MF Bullion Canada. So, you can click on that link on the screen. And if you're American, just fill out the form below here. And we're looking at the Valcambi bars. These are the 1 kilo bars at 275 over spot. Incredible deal considering right now how absolutely tight the market is. There's weird things happening on that, and I believe later this week I'm going to have Bill Holter and perhaps Andy Scheckman back on the show to explain what's going on here with silver in these last couple days. And there, yeah, that'll be a whole show, but they're very important, guys. So please do check out my schedule here as soon as I post that. Somebody, Darren Leonard says, "Good luck counting that." Okay, so this person was referring to all the people saying "I love Club High" in the chat, and yes, there was a lot. So good luck for me to count all of those comments. And yes, big thank you to you, Empress of Alchemy Healing. Are all the PayPal tip jar questions that get answered in this show? No. No, we try our very best, and this is why Janine said to you, thank you every night, because it is also considered a tip, of course, to help us keep us going. We do our very best to answer them. I'll pick one or two more here before we end the show, and this is also why Janine and I give back on the Wednesday show these amazing, beautiful pyramids from Carla at Ascension organized. So we do our very best to answer questions, and also from the Insert Access Pass group, but no, it would be impossible to answer all of the questions. Otherwise, we'd be here for 24 hours just
Slow
doing that.
computer.
So thank you to all of you for supporting us there. Okay, so let me pick up. Let's do this Insider Access Pass question first, and then we'll go back to the PayPal tip jar. Question for Janine and Jacques. We love and appreciate your show so much. Can you please see what universe wants to tell the brave truck drivers on their journey? Love that one.
Love
What
it.
do our amazing, amazing truck drivers, what do they need to know here?
Oh my goodness, beautiful. So breakthrough. They're going to break through, and they're bringing a message. They're actually going to break through and unite with their message, the sleepers and the awakened ones.
Mm.
They're going to break through because everybody can get their head around something as simple as we can't tolerate what's going on. We can't work with it. We need our freedom to just do our work. And here's what happens to the whole country if we don't. So you need us. Okay. And who's the ones messing with everybody? The government. The government who's definitely not who we need right now. Okay. We need the truckers to be moving. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
they're going to unite everybody because everybody can get their head around. Even a full on sleeper could get their head around a simple convoy like that going down. They've obviously got a point if they're doing that and they're passionate, and they must be on to something. Okay. And everybody needs what they got. If you look around your house, everything in it was brought to you by a truck, probably.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
Every single thing in there. So it's like, like everybody's going to be affected by it. Even people like, because I got friends and people who had no idea there's a truck convoy or there's going to be a massive shortages. They have no idea, you guys.
Yeah.
No idea.
Yeah.
They just think it's weird that they're missing things at the grocery store. It's just getting started. Okay, so this will be good. This is part of the wake up call, and it's part of what's going to change everything. It looks like it's for everybody.
Slow
You know what I mean?
computer.
So the universe says they're a gift to us. The fact that they organized, so we got to give and support them because they're doing this as a gift. They're spending all of that time in their trucks. I know they do it every day, but it's their living. They're going to spend 3 weeks apparently in those trucks. So if we
Incredible.
can make their life more comfortable, we got to do it.
Yeah. Somebody just sent me a meme through the Insider Access Pass. I'll bring it up. Yes, 10-4, good buddy. You guys know where this is from. And that's something cool. Okay, I love that. That's a good reminder of just having fun also.
Yeah.
Okay, next question is, okay. Okay, Martha, this is interesting because both the Astro Woo Financial and the Beyond Crypto Woo is showing significant changes here to their financial world, starting maybe at the end of this month and in earnest here in February. So Martha is asking from the PayPal tip jar. I would like to know if Janine can tell me what my financial situation looks like in the next few months. And this is from Martha Brown. Thank you so much, Martha. So next couple of months, financial situation for Martha Brown.
Interesting. So she feels a little on hold, or she's waiting for something. She's not seeing something yet. So that person has a blindfold and they're waiting.
Hmm.
But the thing is sitting right there that she's looking for. She's just not seeing it. So
Hmm.
there's something that's going to improve her financial system or her situation, sorry. And it's right there, but she's just not seeing it yet. It's going to make things a lot better, even surprisingly better. This guy isn't like a windfall, but he's better than you thought it. Like things work out even better than you thought, and you get a little more than you even thought was possible kind of card.
Hmm.
But it's not like major windfall, but it's like things working out even better than you thought. So it's pretty sweet, right? And the
Yeah.
outcome from that in the big picture is even more abundance down the road.
Hmm. Okay.
So she's got abundance, this lady.
Wow.
I think the
Okay.
whole world in the future, and I don't know exactly how long in the future, but we're
Hmm.
headed, instead of going to the dreary globalist vision of ruining our whole world, okay, we're actually going the other way, you guys. We turned it around. We're
Hmm.
continuing to turn it around. We have to still be diligent and keep working at it, but we're actually going in the direction of more abundance, more loving the earth. um, it's meant to be abundant. I always remember hearing, okay, if the world is abundant, but how come we live in these dreary cities with bad air, and most people's views are bad? When
Hmm.
the world's so beautiful, why are we living all squished together? Okay, that was all planned by the globalists. They wanted it easy to mark, like get us all grouped together. They wanted all the land. That's proven to be true,
Hmm.
right? They want all the land, they want to do what they want to do with it, right? So the whole way things have created, we don't enjoy the beauty of the earth like we could.
Yeah.
Some people do, but most of us don't. And
Hmm.
that's going to change, you guys. We're going to get more comfortable here and make ourselves at home because we're
Hmm.
not enslaved anymore. That's where we're going.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's a lot of love for Cliff in the chat. So I keep saying, like, so people are still typing that in. I'm just so amazed by this. And I want to say also to Cliff, Cliff, if you're watching, like Janine, I echo the sentiment. I
Yeah.
hope that you can find some pockets of joy in your life. I know how hard you work, and my heart goes out to you. And a big thank you for everything you do for this community. You've definitely impacted me throughout my awakening process, and you continue to impact me and my audience members to this day. So, a big thank you to you, Cliff.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, I love Cliff, and he says a lot of things very specifically about people that say things like I say, and it's very derogatory to that, like because we don't agree on the gold standard coming up under, and the what is it, the
He
RV.
doesn't. He doesn't agree in Jacera Nacera.
And like who cares, like I still really think he's very valuable. So
Absolutely.
if he's okay with it, is it okay if I say that? Great, because he could say whatever he wants about it. As as long as we're not attacking each other, it's like it's okay.
It's okay to have a
He
difference of
doesn't
opinion.
see it that way, and
Yep.
that's fine. He could be right and I could be wrong, and none of that's going to matter in the big picture. I just want to share what I get, and if some of it is useful, that's spectacular.
Yeah.
And if he's out there sharing, I have learned so much from him. So it's
Absolutely.
like, and I've learned from a whole bunch of people, and I don't always agree with what they say, and that's okay.
Yeah, exactly. I love that. Thank you. We'll end on that, Janine. It's all about discernment and leaving each and every one of us a way to participate in this communication and this conversation so that we learn a lot faster from each other. I am you and you are me. So I need to listen to you and you need to listen to me. We all need to listen to each other, not always agree, but still to understand these different points of views make us better humans. Absolutely. Okay, guys, just to make sure, this episode here, Astro Wu, we just recorded before we went live, so I will be pushing that out to the Insider Access Pass later tonight. I still have to edit and re-upload that for you guys, so that one will be available probably tomorrow for the pay-per-view general audience. Now, in terms of the crypto crash course security update, that's already available now here for the pay-per-view, and the last crypto woo is also available now. Where did it go? Number one. Oh yeah, it was number 9. So this one here for February 2022. This one is also now available on Beyond Mystic. And of course, Janine is out of jail. So please do go and subscribe to Sending Ravens if you haven't already done so. And you can check out her latest work here at Tarot by Janine. Janine, I guess let's take a quick minute here for just one more reading for the audience here. As we look in the next couple of days, what does the universe want them to know here before our next show on Wednesday? Oh, and artwork says, "Good rest to you both." Yes, we need some rest.
Oh, it's like, oh.
We're gonna sleep well tonight, Janine.
Yeah. I wish I had some pure sleep to use.
I'll send you a pack. I still have a lot here.
Oh, good.
I know it's sold out, but I'll send you a pack if you want.
Okay.
All right.
You've got, okay, so temperance, so patience and perseverance, people. Okay, timing. So this card's, maybe it is my camera. I'm gonna have to clean that off really. Sorry if that's the case. Anyway, temperance, so patience and perseverance, and it's about universal timing. You can't tell which way that water is flowing in the cup, and it's a winged creature. It's highly evolved. So the card and the word temperance. So it's basically referring to universal timing is in effect. There's nothing you can do about it. There's no human way to speed up, or we can't make if there is white hats working on our behalf, we can't make them go faster, because all of this is universally, divinely planned. It's not just like, the whole thing is karmic and it's meant to happen. So we gotta go through this. There is no stopping it. Okay, it's the universe. Okay, it was given to us so we could evolve. So it's given to us as an evolution tool. The whole human race, it's almost like we're all going through that Saturn return together.
Yeah.
It's like, that's what it's kind of like the feeling, right? As a human race, we're all evolving together, taking this giant step. And it's hard, growing pains and everything, but it'll be so much better. A lot of us have already changed our whole lives through this last couple of years. And when the dust settles, it'll be for the better. It always is. That's the way it goes. It always hurts, though, to do those changes.
Right. Absolutely. And as you're talking about astrology here again, you just reminded me, you had so many words of wisdom in this last show, but one thing you said was like, hey, wait a second. What you were getting as a live download during this show is that the white hats were not trying to push and move the river. They're trying to flow with the river of time here. And there's a lot of these events now and these energy that are conducive to all the changes and the work that the white hats are trying to do, stepping up here in February. So that, again, that divine timing and moving with the water, being the water, as Bruce Lee would say, is upon us now. So fascinating times, folks. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you so much, Shauna, for that love comment, and everyone else in the live chat. You guys are absolutely amazing. This was Tarot Reading by Janine on Wednesday night. We'll see you again on Monday night. We'll see you again on Wednesday at 8 o'clock Eastern. I love you guys. Have a great evening, and we'll see you soon. Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Kaiser report. Yeah, we're in El Zante, El Salvador, Bitcoin Beach, hyper Bitcoinization. The country's made Bitcoin legal tender. It's one of the fastest growing countries in the world now. And things happen in a good way when you go all the way Bitcoin.
Right, we see hyper Bitcoinization here. In fact, at this hotel right over across the street, we see they're offering a 75% discount for anybody who buys their coffee using Bitcoin. And we saw recently for the whole Central American region, the 5 nations of Central America, of the trade bloc there, what we saw is that in the past year, their tourism numbers are up 5%, whereas all the other countries are down close to like 40% in terms of the traffic numbers. So it's sucking in the talent, the tourist, and the trade.
Right, talent, tourist, and trade, the 3 T's, are going to contribute to record-breaking growth again next year. And I think we'll see, I know for a fact we'll see more countries adopting Bitcoin as legal tender.
Right, and of course, one thing you also see in terms of discounts is massive discounts happening in the stock market, as we see a lot of volatility there. And one sector that we have seen a big crash is in the kind of fraud market. Max and I have been warning you here. I think we started 2 years ago when the whole SPAC boom started, when we're going to get into what a SPAC is, but when we said that these would all go to zero, well, they're getting closer to there. Some of them they're down over 50% on average. Some of them are down up to 60, 70, 80%. So the headline in the Wall Street Journal reads, "The SPAC ship is sinking. Investors want their money back." One of the pandemic's hottest trades is cooling down as the hype surrounding blank check companies gives way to reality. I'll read the introduction to what a SPAC is, just so you know, as we get into this discussion. SPACs, sometimes called blank check firms, begin as shell companies. They raise money from investors, then list on a stock exchange. Their sole purpose is to hunt for a private company to merge with and take public. Because the company going public is merging with an existing publicly traded entity, it can make business projections and skirt some of the other regulations associated with IPOs. After regulators approve the deal, the company going public replaces the SPAC in the stock market.
So when this special purpose acquisition corp, or SPAC phenomenon started roughly two years ago, as we reported, blank check money raises, blank check companies. It's not new. It was prevalent in the 1920s and led to the crash of 1929. It's as we often say in the show, the various frauds on Wall Street are limited. There's only maybe 4 or 5 basic frauds. The blank check company is one of them, and it comes back every few years, and it's branded slightly differently, and it's a different cast of characters. But the basic fraud, the basic bezel, is the same, and the result is 100% guaranteed to be the same. All of these SPACs are worthless, and we told you that 2.5 years ago.
Right, of course, the famous British artist Hogarth also did a lot of etchings down in the city of London during the South Sea bubble. And you see there's one famous one there with a guy with a broker, a SPAC of the age, outside with a billboard saying, invest in my company. It's a blank check company, essentially. Once we get the money, we'll figure out what we're going to do with the money. So the hysteria and the mania at that time was one of the most famous bubbles of world history. Crashed the economy, destroyed a lot of wealth in the South Sea bubble when that collapsed. But the same thing has been going on for hundreds of years.
Right, and again, it's a result of too much printed money, too much funny money, too much garbage money, fiat money out there. And to put it in the context of El Salvador, they're escaping this nightmare with Bitcoin.
Max has always said, of course, here on Kaiser Report, they always rename their frauds. It's the same fraud over and over. In the crypto sector, it was called the initial coin offering, which of course sounds to the chumps who poured their money into that. It sounded like initial public offering. Those coins and those investors lost everything. These investors are down big time, and I'll show some of the data that the Wall Street Journal lays out for you. SPACs have been around for decades. Well, as I pointed out, hundreds of years, in fact. Their predecessors were known as blind pools and associated with penny stock fraud in the 1980s, but raised more than $80 billion in 2020, topping the amount raised in all other years combined. Last year, they raised over $160 billion, accomplishing that feat again. As Max pointed out, it's all the free money. Everybody has free money, and it feels like your mindset. Remember, the Fed, the Treasury, the government want to change your mindset, and they want to change your mindset when you're locked down at home thinking like, they don't want you to be worried that maybe the economy, maybe this isn't great for the economy. They want you to speculate, they want you to be mania, and they want you to lose all your money to them.
You know, a couple of points. First of all, as we've been saying here, this is the same old fraud repackaged in a new name and branded in a new way. And it was obvious for us and others to identify it as an obvious fraud, and it would be a multi-billion-dollar wipeout. So the question then becomes, where are the regulators? Where's the SEC? And that's a really good question. It's almost as if they are part of the scam. Gary Gensler, is that true? I think so.
Certainly, the SEC always says they're concerned about normal investors and ordinary investors, and they've been focusing a lot of their time on the, crypto sector. But what, in terms of the SPAC model, it's the model itself that is almost guaranteed to fail. And you know who doesn't fail? You know who always makes money despite the collapse in the stock prices? And remember, I said that most of them are down. The whole sector is down over 50% in the past year. So that's tens of billions of dollars of retail capital taken, lost, stolen, poof, into the ether, right? No pun intended there.
Oh,
right?
I knew ether was good for something.
So here is a quote about who doesn't lose. Some companies that went public this way have undershot business projections they made to attract investors, triggering stock price declines that have rippled to others tied to the space. No pun intended there either. Regulators have increased scrutiny of SPACs, worried that amateur investors are losing money at the expense of insiders who are protected even if shares drop.
Look, insiders are totally protected. Also, anyone who has an account at a brokerage account, when you sign on to that new account form, you're obligating yourself to arbitration by a panel of brokers and bankers if you have a dispute and try to get your money back. And this is why almost it's impossible for anyone who's been the victim of fraud on Wall Street to get any of their money back, because they sign away their right to sue when they open up those new accounts. Then in the case of the SPAC, the way that it's constructed in the covenants of the SPAC and the bond and the prospectus say in the fine print that the risk is astronomically high. You probably will lose everything, but don't come looking for us because we've carved out an exemption for any liability in this at all. And the SEC, why? I mean, it's a government agency. It's funded by taxpayer money, and so I could go down to the local mafia joint and give my money to the mafia don, who's going to go break some legs and corrupt the fish market or the pizza market or something. I could do that, or I could give it to Gary Gensler, who's a mobster. He's a gangster. He's a paid leg breaker. That's all he does.
He's a paid wealth breaker. But the issue is, like, look at the huge burden placed on legitimate companies. It just seems weird that, at the moment they refuse to authorize, spot price based ETF on Bitcoin, but they have a futures one, which is far more sophisticated and kind of complicated, and no ordinary retail investor should really be playing around in the futures markets, especially in the structure of that sort of ETF where it's guaranteed to lose, just like the oil ETF, which does not in fact track the price of oil, and it's always been going down, down, down. You're always losing money. And so, the fact that these sort of SPACs, there were just they could raise $180 billion in 1 year. Just seems crazy that this can happen, whereby like legitimate companies are have a huge financial burden placed on top of them in terms of going the legitimate route.
Those images of all the garbage strewn from the cargo trains in Los Angeles being looted. It looks like Venezuelan streets with all the bolivars littering the streets. For some, the Fed and the Treasury and Gary Gensler will write a blank check for billions of dollars because you're a friend of Gary Gensler. You're a friend of Goldman Sachs. They'll literally write you a check for $1 billion in the form of an interest-free, forgivable loan for $1 billion, and you can go put it into chinchilla farms in Alaska that are raising silkworms to make plastic choo-choo jowls or something. It doesn't matter what they put on the prospectus. They could literally wipe their butts on the prospectus and raise hundreds of billions of dollars. It doesn't matter.
But we always mention the Bastiat quote, whereby plunder becomes a way of life for the people at the top, and it trickles down essentially and becomes the only business model. So the business model, everybody who is sitting at home doing nothing, not working, not creating any wealth, they know that when they're receiving thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars month after month from the government, they know instinctively inside that there's fraud involved here, that this is a plunder model, that somebody's paying for them to be receiving these vast, huge quantities of money. So you think it's normalized, you think it's okay, you think just like when you invest in the Ponzi scheme of Madoff, who was well connected and he had engineered the NASDAQ and he knew what he was stealing from somebody, but you wanted in on it. And that's the model that everybody thinks they're in on. They think like, well, if this is our business model and I want in on it, then that's why I'm going to invest in these SPACs. So everybody's involved.
Yeah, and the president has normalized senility. So you just have a lot of people bumping into walls and mumbling and drooling on themselves and thinking that's the same thing as being a coherent and well-functioning adult. So it looks like just heroin addicts from coast to coast. All right, we're going to take a break. And when we come back, much more coming your way. Welcome back to the Kaiser Report. I'm Max Kaiser. Time now to turn to Pete Antico and Sean Stone, the filmmakers behind the new film, The Paradigm of Money. It's a documentary about the corruption of Wall Street. I'm in this film, so is Nomi Prinz. Pete and Sean, welcome.
Thanks, Max.
Hey, thanks, Max. Good to be here.
All right, so Pete Antico, The Paradigm of Money, it's been described as The Big Short on steroids. What's the premise of the documentary? Why did you make it? What story hasn't been told yet?
Sean and I made it because we wanted to demonstrate that there's a two-tier system, one for the insiders on Wall Street and one for the people on Main Street. And the way the system has worked since the inception of the Federal Reserve system since 1913, which is supposed to be propagating stable interest rates and stable currencies, since 1913 to 2021, the value or the purchasing power of a dollar has been decreased 98%. Interest rates have been in between 1 and 21%. So the Federal Reserve, by way of policy, has failed the country and the world since its inception. And most people don't understand how ultra low interest rate policies act as inflation and is theft on anyone who's working on a fixed income.
Sean, one of the problems here is not so much that the system is corrupt, but that the mainstream media has done a good job in glorifying corruption. And the average American doesn't see any problem with corruption when their politicians like Nancy Pelosi and others are openly trading on inside information and manipulating stock prices. The public has accepted this as normal. So how do you get over that?
How do you get over the normalization of corruption? This is sort of the problem of empire, isn't it? The monetary empire that has existed, and America is continuing in a long tradition of this type of insider game, right? And it's interesting that now part of what inspired the documentary was, from my mind, going back to the Occupy Wall Street movement, right? Being a kid coming out of college and seeing how these things affect our reality. I think that as we see more and more that the nature of this empire affects everyday life, whether it's our inflation, oil prices, the ability for people just to feel disempowered as far as going forth with wages, where we've seen real wages not increasing over the past 30, 40 years, the physical economy collapsing, right? Issues like this that we can all point to in major cities. I think this is the only way to actually start to motivate people to do things like Occupy Wall Street, which in many ways gave breath and movement to a lot of young people like myself to hopefully become more socially conscious and aware in terms of how we move forward. But it takes a collective will to actually make change, as we know.
Right. I'm just curious where that leadership to kind of inspire that collective will would come from, because right now I don't see anybody in politics in America who's expressing that type of desire for a more equitable system. And but Pete, let's get into some of the specifics. So you do a good job in this film, kind of breaking down some of the scams. I know I'm in the film. I talk about naked short selling and things like this. What was for you? What was the standout kind of embezzlement that stuck out in your mind?
One of the biggest was insider trading. When you get a company like Citadel, who's a market maker for GameStop, and they get the buys, the sells, the shorts, the longs, the derivatives in the option market on a second-to-second basis, then they can front run the market using their own money, making hundreds of millions of dollars using illegal insider information. So order flow so far is legal, but to use that information to your own benefit is insider trading. I think it's one of the biggest frauds in the history of the market, because insider trading leaves the poor person who's just trying to trade on an app or on Fidelity or Charles Schwab. They don't have, it's a completely rigged game and not in their favor, because a lot of people on GameStop was publicized that they made a lot of money, but the people that made the most money were the hedge funds and the insider traders, because there was a couple of hedge funds that made over $700 million when they were trading GameStop. And the other things, you have things like people like Goldman Sachs, who in the 2008 housing market, they shorted the market while they sold it to their clients long. They got fined $500 million, but they profited over 1.5 million. And then recently, they were caught spoofing the gold and silver market from 2.8 to 2.16. They were fined $992 million, but they made several billion on the trade. So it's basically the cost of doing business. Nobody goes to jail. They just pay fines, and they continually do this over and over again. And the last thing is in 2008, if you remember, the regulators are captured, and they were caught at the SEC, watching porn. Then you have the Madoff Ponzi scheme. There were 6 substantive complaints. Nobody did anything. And the bottom line, they just continued to let it happen when they could have stopped it. It's just the regulators are asleep. It's an inside job, and it needs to be corrected. And the Congress has been asleep in regards to this matter.
So Sean, Pete was talking about Citadel Capital there for a second, and GameStop and all the shenanigans that were going on, and they got caught trading on inside information. Of course, Citadel is also famous for hiring former Fed Chairman Ben Bernanke to be a partner, and the connection between the hedge fund industry and the central banks is one that's not particularly healthy. They keep interest rates artificially low to make it easier for these hedge funds to borrow money, to go out and speculate, and if they make a mistake, they get bailed out, like long-term capital management was colossally wrong on their bets, but Alan Greenspan, who was the chairman of the Fed at that time, lowered rates substantially to bail out his friends in the hedge fund industry. So systemically, the country runs on fraud. If you remove fraud, there would be very little left in America. They could redo Mount Rushmore and replace the current 4 heads with Bernie Madoff, Ben Bernanke, Charles Ponzi, and one other guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, America is, we've been lionizing crooks in the movie industry for years with the mafia movies, the Godfather movies. America loves worshiping Tony Soprano, right? So
And Tony Montana.
Tony Montana. So, this is America. If you got rid of the fraud, Sean, there'd be nothing left.
There would be nothing left. It's an interesting concept for a country that was as built with the ethos, right? The ethos of sort of justice, right? Frontier, even if it was frontier justice, right? There has always been this notion of we even revere the vigilante, right? In a sense, because we appreciate the idea of justice, and I think it's in our blood and our bones in ways. This idea that that we can actually have a just society. Now it's become clear over time that it's flawed, and it's not. It's more, we become more and more aware of the injustice, right, as we go through time. So I think this is coming to a moment where, in a sense, how do you go on as a society, recognizing you have an oligarchy, recognizing that a handful of people have as much wealth as half the planet. The 1% in America has more than the entire middle class of America. I mean, these types of inequalities. This, you go back to like Babylon and Rome, right? I mean, the British Empire. Like, you have to go back to empires to understand the nature of this inequality. And I think that at one level, yes, we got there because of a certain glorification of wealth. The Gordon Gekko, greed is good, that my dad wrote, obviously, and was personified that time period. And that, yes, that kind of, there was an excitement around it. But I think now we're at the next generations that we are now, where I am, millennials and others, are recognizing the consequences of the action. And that's where I think we're going to be demanding more accountability going forward. I just think it's inevitable, because you can't continue to have some semblance of a republic, a democracy, with this type of extreme inequality.
All right, you bring up a good point there. So the millennials are reaping the whirlwind wrought by the boomers. The boomers are really responsible for this heinous market corruption, and the millennials and the Zoomers are going to are holding the bag. When you talk about the paradigm of money, it's the name of the film. It doesn't need to change the paradigm. The title suggests that the paradigm is wrong. It needs to change. You guys are left holding the bag. How do you change it?
Yeah, I think you need to get it, change the system. You need an asset class, that is unassailable. So I'm going to switch to Bitcoin for a minute, because this is new technology. I mean, Bitcoin reached $1 trillion market cap faster than Facebook, Apple, and Google, which is the market sending you a message. And it has ultimate scarcity, this technology. If our money supply in the United States of America was fixed, finite, and there was no more, the value of that money would stay strong. So, in the world, where everything is turning to technology, whether it be digital books and digital art, or everything is digital. You're doing your business and on a digital platform. Now they have a blockchain, which are going to probably go to transactions or real estate and financial ledgers, corporate contracts. If everything's going on the blockchain, you have to look at the forwarding of technology on the planet. So that's something that needs to be studied and looked at, and I think it provides a very big advantage, because it's like having your own central bank that's fully decentralized, the only blockchain that is fully decentralized. So in a sense, you'd be your own central bank, and the only person that holds the keys to that bank is you. You could borrow against it. You can eliminate the banking system. It gives people in the world freedom. It gives every person that's at a poverty level a chance to participate. It gives every human being a chance to transfer money for literally nothing on a Lightning network, which runs up on top of Bitcoin. There's a lot of things to this new technology that I think is brilliant, and the paradigm needs to change to a physical economy like they used to have, because when they used to barter, you built a farm, you farmed crops, and then the other person would build a barn and you barter for it. But Wall Street doesn't produce anything. There's nothing in their physical economy. They produce nothing. They're a middleman. They just transfer wealth from one entity to another, and they act as middlemen, and they just siphon money off the top. And many times it's done with things that you mentioned. Naked shorting. It's like me Xeroxing my car title and selling it to 100 different people cash, and I only have one car. That's what they're doing. That's basically what naked shorting is. It's counterfeit.
Right. Of course, with Bitcoin, you're separating the state from money. First time in history that's ever been done. So the state, in effect, gets defunded. So are we prepared in this new paradigm of not having a functioning state, as that concept is known now for several hundred years, Sean?
I don't think that we're there yet. I think the concept of a state has to go back to we the people, what we have in our Constitution. So it has to be reconceived, and there is a huge process going forward of bringing it back more to local, even to direct peer-to-peer. But I don't think that the state's going to disappear anytime soon as a
Okay,
concept.
we got to wrap it up there. So, fellas, thanks so much for being on the Kaiser Report.
You got it.
Thank you.
And that's going to do it for this edition of the Kaiser Report with me, Max Kaiser, and Stacy Herbert. I'd like to thank our guests, Pete Antico and Sean Stone of The Paradigm of Money, which you can find online at theparadigmofmoneyfilm.com. Until next time, bye, y'all.
Жена огонь, как песчанские живут. Пока ребенок спит, жена работает. Муж развлекается, поехал на лыжах кататься.
О, не раскопали. Ну ладно, будем надеяться.
İstanbul son dakika. Trafik kilit, araçların hepsi yolda kaldı. Göz gözü görmüyor.
Evet. Burası Hadımköy, Mahmut Bey. Otoban yolu. Şu an otobandayız. Mahmut Bey yönüne doğru. Otoban durmuş vaziyette. İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi. Ekrem İmamoğlu. Senin yapacağın belediye başkanlık yerine kalsın. Şu kara bak. Ben 44 yaşındayım. İstanbul'da böyle çok zaman kar gördüm ama bu şekilde tıkalı bir yol görmedim. Buyurun. Hadımköy'e gidiş yönü açık. Mahmut Bey yönü şu an kilit vaziyette. Her şey
Stop and limit orders are the most common order types that traders use on a regular basis. In this video, we'll show you how to place stops and limit orders using the RTrader order book. We will begin by pulling up an order book on the NQU7 market. Right-click in the Trader dashboard and select Order Book. Quick note, please make sure you completely understand where to place these orders in relation to market price. Let's go over them. Buy limits always go beneath the market price. Sell limits always go above the market price. Buy stops always go above the market price. And sell stops always go beneath the market price. Once the order book is up, left-click in Symbol Exchange and type in NQU7 for the E-mini NASDAQ market. To the right, adjust the quantity of contracts you plan on trading. We will select 1 and set it as our default. Let's start out by placing limit orders. For buy limit orders, click in the blue column that is titled Bid Size and click anywhere below the market price. You'll notice that the market price in the order book is highlighted in orange. We've now just placed 3 buy limit orders at 3 different prices. For sell limit orders, left-click anywhere in the column that is titled Ask Size on the right side above the market price. We've now just placed 3 sell limit orders at 3 different prices. We will now cancel all orders by going to the bottom of the order book and clicking on the gold button titled Cancel All. Next, we'll place some stop orders. For buy stop orders, you will need to left-click in the SM column to the right of the bid size column. Remember, buy stops are always above the market price. For sell stop orders, left-click in the SM column and left-click always below the market price. We will now go back to the bottom of the order book and click on the gold Cancel All button. Feel free to contact us at Halifax America for demo requests or for any other inquiries. Thank you for watching our video.
Good morning, folks. Today we've got an increasing watch for the sun, weather notes, earthquakes, and Tier 1 news from beneath our feet out into deep space. We begin at spaceweathernews.com and find the last day on the sun still snappy. That minor coronal hole stream did impact overnight and was indeed minor. Even without considerable eruptions, the northern filament is wanting to release, and the incoming active region on the north is still raising the X-ray flux with a couple small solar flares overnight. The active regions underlying the swirling corona and chromosphere are not tremendously complex, but still, focus goes to the left, incoming at the limit, that active region. You can see here where those X-ray flare signatures are coming from, again mostly from the left. Some more on the other half of climate extremes. Snow is rare in the lower altitude regions near Athens. Record cold continues being smashed, and with another Arctic blast on the way to the U.S., we should expect a bunch more of that this week. Most important quake of the last day struck Haiti, along with an aftershock that ripped down hundreds of homes and killed at least 2 people. The region did uptick in general yesterday. Let's go next to a fascinating move in the right direction. How about we just toss out planetary tectonics driven by convection, and they make it driven by the sun and the moon. It's literally as though they stick a middle finger up at 25% of the field here, and it explains why the crust is slipping on top of the mantle by about 10 centimeters per year. Up next, folks, whether you recall the #1 paper on this topic, which pegged the maximum solar flare energy at around X1000 every 6,000 years, or the slightly higher potential power given in the textbook from a few years ago, this one rings in properly. An X2500 flare from a young solar-like star confirms the ubiquity of such flares on younger versions of the Sun, and fortifies the general principle that G-stars like our Sun get to this age and then quietly wait for their less regular but equally powerful flare events. And last but not least, literally, I just plugged that Nova Science Deeper Look episode yesterday as the amazing science on Nova keeps rolling in the morning news. And I had suggested in that episode I didn't think bigger stars could do recurrent micronova. Well, this is about the speed of the universe these days, isn't it? This star should be even less likely than the Sun to have episodic mass loss events, but it's got them. Fried Egg Nebula is at least 3 shell eruption mass loss events. Folks, the field appears to have picked up the ball and is now in an all-out sprint. We greatly appreciate your support. We've got wind maps and shots of our star to close. Subscribe and we'll do this all again tomorrow. Right here, but right now at 6 a.m. in the new Valley of the Sun. Eyes open. No fear. Be safe, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco and Janine Margeau, and we're here with the Intuitive Insights, and we're going to share some great stuff with you today. Have a lot of questions for the deeper insights that we get from the cards, and always love to do this show. Janine and I have a lot of fun. We're both doing a lot of stuff on our own, but this is like one of those magic moments when we come together. So I always enjoy them. Janine, how are you doing?
Really good, Michael. Really good. Yep. Busy,
Right.
but good.
Yeah, that's right. It's a busy time right now, and I think that a lot of people, are seeing things starting to shift a little bit. So
Hmm.
I think it's moving that direction. Could be some, we're obviously going to have some hard times, moving forward, but that's part of the shift.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know that when I went through Hell Week, on the other side of Hell Week, in my SEAL training, were great and amazing times. So that's kind of what I try and tell everybody right now, that we're all going through our own individual hell weeks and hell months, hell years, whatever in this period of time, and it's transforming us. So it's always when we have difficulty in our lives, there's usually some magic comes out on the other end of it. I always used to think, how can I teach people, the stuff that I've gone through, because I had all this combat experience, and I'm like, oh, well, now everybody's like in a combat zone right now. So, we're all in a war. And so we're all having these, experiences that it's like a survival zone for everybody right now.
Mm-hmm.
And, navigating through this, keeping your sanity, moving forward, and, all the amazing things we're starting to uncover and experience, I think are coming on a very great level on the other side of this.
Yep.
So what is Mike Lindell doing? He's having this one show. It's a 72-hour show.
Yep.
And like last night, he said there was going to be a great disclosure at 7:00, and it was kind of a interesting thing. I had somebody from Colorado come in and talk about some things that had happened in her part of Colorado that were kind of not right with the last election cycle. So there's a lot of discovery, I think, that's going on right now. A lot of things are trying to suppress that information.
Yep.
Mike Lindell's coming out with in his 72-hour program. There's a lot of people that are just not only for the election stuff, but jabberdoos and all kind of crazy stuff. So they're disclosing a lot of stuff. What is going on with that? Is that something that's positive? Is that similar to what we've heard people say that it's going to be 3 days of darkness? And we'll ask that question next. And darkness being, basically the media shuts down, and then there's disclosure periods. It's kind of like an opening to that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm looking around what Mike Lindell's 72-hour marathon that he's doing.
Marathon, yeah,
It's all about. Yeah, so he's definitely he's putting his neck out there in his own way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and he has a lot of things he can't even talk about. So even though he's bringing it, he's got a lot of things he's not allowed to talk about. So he even knows more than what he's talking about.
Excellent.
So he's being very brave to even say what he can. In fact, it feels like he got called to the side maybe at some point and was told, because this is in the background, and was told to step back even some of the things he was bringing. So I feel like he would bring more if he could. So he's somebody who just really is doing his bit and is trying his hardest to do. Like, this is really hard working and doing what he can. And, like, he's just trying to do his best here. But he actually got told some things he couldn't talk about, which was frustrating for him.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like if he was hyping it up in the past, maybe he had to step back some of the things he was bringing. So if that might have confused people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's very good. That's just kind of what I got. Yeah. Good.
Yeah. And I get he's absolutely in the light and doing his best to do something right.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to be a good person. He's really trying to just share what he knows in the best way he knows how. But he actually got his hands a little bit tied right before he went ahead with it. So that might have been frustrating for him.
Yeah, good. That's kind of what I thought. Now, when
should I know about Veritas?
So basically, I'm looking to tie the entire world to gravitation.
I'm on the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission website. These are the remarks on the Capital Formation at the Nashville 3686 Entrepreneurship Festival, where Chairman Jay Clayton spoke in Nashville, Tennessee on August 29th, 2018. You can see when I come down here, we have the speech that he gave in his keynote translated. Bill Hinman recently outlined the approach staff takes to evaluate whether a digital asset is a security, and I encourage you to take a look at Bill's speech. I want to show you that this was not translated correctly, and I think it was translated this way on purpose because here is exactly what he said.
Bill Hinman recently outlined the approach we take to evaluate whether a digital asset is a security, and I encourage you to take a look at Bill's speech, which is available on our website. The approach we take
I want to give a big shout out to @NerdNationUnbox on Twitter for